Barrister.
Here you are. There we are.
Hey, how goes?
All right.
Quick thought. How was yesterday for you?
How was yesterday?
Yeah.
It was all right. Nothing exciting. Um, if you lost the video, it probably wouldn't matter. I hardly ever go back and look at these unless there's something really outrageous on them.
I find that they're useful because occasionally, upon retelling certain themes and certain memes and certain points and certain emphases, that one finds oneself a bit more expressive, on point
Yeah,
there.
that's why I write stuff up. If I really thought about something and got my head organized around it, I'll write it up, and then that's my best presentation, which I can always edit, but almost never. I can almost never improve it. Because usually the second or third time something comes around, I get kind of sloppy and forget stuff and get things out of order because it's not fresh. I'm pulling it up from ragged memory.
Yeah, I think that's true. Although I do think that there's a growing part of the population that probably receives better in audio and maybe audio plus visual.
I don't disagree. It's just I don't present better that way. I present much better in text. And then if there was a presenter who used my material, that would probably be the best option. Because I tend to speak over people's heads or too fast or whatever. And that's like reading a text. You don't read a text at novel reading speed. You read a text at a line at a time speed, and that kind of material doesn't map into a narrative very well.
Yeah, it depends on the kind of book too.
Yeah. So people listen to narratives, and narratives tend to be stories that involve people and anecdotes. And academic stuff isn't like that. It doesn't map to narrative. I mean, you can, but well, I mean, you can write parables and allegories, and I've even done a few parables and allegories, but I don't consider them, the best way to present things maybe to a very select audience.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, just curious. As a first order of business, I wanted to cover some of these posts that I made or others may have made to the co-sense making group again. Get your commentary. Okay, so the first one is this Sir Terry Pratchett quote. Science is a method for asking awkward questions and subjecting them to a reality check, thus avoiding the human tendency to believe whatever makes us feel good. Not much to say on that one, right?
I'm just looking at it. Science is a method for asking awkward questions and subjecting them to a reality check, thus avoiding the human tendency to believe whatever makes us feel good. Yeah, I'll grant you that. Nothing really to argue against that.
Yeah. In fact, I would even argue against the word awkward.
Yeah, awkward. I probably would have chosen a less awkward word than awkward. Probing questions, questions that make you think. There are questions that you can answer and the questions that make you stop and think. I tend to be known for questions that make people stop and think. And then the key word is stop, because you can't just answer them. You've got to spend some time pondering them and wrestling with them before you can say anything that, is not just, brushing it off and,
Interesting that you say that, because I think with you, I don't do that. I have asked questions, but you don't stop and think. You seem to have a ready answer.
And maybe because you're asking questions I've already thought about before and written up before. But I mean, I used to play a parlor game with people. Pick a topic, any topic, and I'll tell you if I know anything about it. And the trick was to pick a topic that I had never thought about, knew nothing about. And in the general kind of parlor game thing, that's hard to do. It's like trivia, like the game of trivia.
Although I do remember one or two conversations, Barry, where that's not entirely true.
Oh yeah, I mean, you can definitely bring up topics that I haven't thought about. I mean, it's not impossible. It's just that it's hard to do on the spur of the moment. If somebody has wrestled with something already, been thinking about it and got stuck on it, then if they bring it to me, chances are I haven't thought about it either.
The point being, could it be that it is always possible if you actually do stop and think?
Is it possible? Of course, it's possible. I mean, I've gone to experts with questions that I couldn't answer, and more often than not, when I go to the guru, in the field, they'll say, "Gee, I don't know the answer to that one either." And that's happened enough times. I realize, okay, then it's a research frontier, and chances are I'm going to have to do the research because the guru's got other things to do than work on my frontiers. So I've addressed problems where I went to the guru and the guru said, "I don't know." In fact, I think I even mentioned one last week, or maybe it was yesterday I mentioned it. But I've told that anecdote a few times where I went to the expert and they said, "Barry, I can't help you solve your problems because nobody knows how to solve them. You have a list of problems that have plagued humankind since the dawn of history." And when I realized that I was working on problems that nobody had solved, I thought, okay, then I need to look at the existing research and see what the best writing on it has been to date, and then spend more time on it. And that's really what drew me into topics in theology, because half of the problems I couldn't solve were wrestled with by the theologians. Suffering is a classical example. Buddha thought about suffering and formed a theorem that attachment was the root of suffering. There's an example of it. But there were, my long list of, the dozen unsolved problems, half of them clearly were topics in theology.
So what about taking each one and pondering them either here or actively elsewhere?
Well, in fact, I can give you the link to where I gave the list and gave the model that showed why they were related. They were related they were related partly by difficulty, because they haven't been solved. But the real thing that made them related is that if you attempt to address any one of them and fix any one of them, it's like whack-a-mole. You can push down one, but then the hidden effects pop up the others, and so they ended up being a collection of whack-a-mole. And what I wrote up was the observation that they are in a whack-a-mole relationship, and that's why you can't just solve one at a time.
See, how many are there, Barry?
I had a list initially. I think it was 10 or 9 or 10, and then after a few years, I added a couple more, so now it's up to 12. And I can probably just pop up the link real quick.
Yeah, that would be useful because, yes, there are a great many ways to look at problems, but when it comes to resolution, I actually think my own list on the resolution side is way less than 10. It's probably around 7 or 8, maybe even 6.
Yeah, you probably don't have, I mean, the ones that I have, where's the chat? There it is. I'll just quick put the link into it. And what you'll see is in the initial version, there's only, I think, 10, and then in the comments, I added 2 more. In fact, I can pull out of the comments just the complete list. There it is. And when I paste this in, you'll see why I added some at the end that were not in there at the beginning.
Okay, so these one-word problems, this list of one-word problems: conflict, violence, oppression, injustice, corruption, poverty, ignorance, alienation, abuse, despair, suffering, terrorism. Did you ever come up with a list of what possible actions might be best to take to address this problematique?
Yeah, let me bring up another. Let's see. Yep, here it is. Actually, more than one. I'll just paste in. First, I'll paste in this link. I'm gonna go get another one.
Okay, so it's about STEM education.
Yep. And then let me find the next one. There it is. When I paste
Here's an opportunity, Barry.
in the third one, I think is the most recent. Yeah, 2018. So that's only like what, 4 years, only 4 years ago. But you can see they you start from 2013 and then 2018. So these are sort of been circulating in my head for a decade or so. And actually, I can even go back to where I began. Let's see.
Let me ask you questions, Barry.
Yeah, go ahead.
So these two last links that you posted are about STEM and systemic thinking.
Yeah.
But a lot of your research, you claim, has been about emotions and their role in education and learning.
Yeah, that goes back to 1985 when I began that.
Right. So I'm
research.
observing that, curiously, these last two links don't contain that meme or that set of memes.
They don't, except that, you remember when I tell people that my resting emotional state is to be vexed and perplexed. So vexation and perplexity or puzzlement, the hardest problems are the most puzzling. And of course, once you determine that a problem is essentially intractable, that you've looked at it and go, this is beyond my ken, it remains an unsolved puzzle. So there are puzzles which are solvable, and that's pleasurable to solve challenging puzzles. But the ones that nobody's ever solved, they're important, but they're not recreational puzzles to solve. You don't get any thrill out of solving them. What you might get is some insight into why they're so hard, why they have plagued humankind for millennia, including, look at the last one, terrorism. That here we are on the 21st anniversary of 9/11. And that's really where terrorism sort of emerges as a top present day problem. The others, you can go back to, antiquity. But terrorism is relatively new on that list, especially since 9/11. Not that it was just never there, it's just that it wasn't very high on the list of ones that people would write down. Alienation, I think that's a relatively new one too. You can sort of see as you look at the list, they kind of go from the oldest to the newest, nominally, not exactly. But
anyway, rather than quibbling about that, I'm also sensing that it'd be an interesting exercise, and probably finally the crux of why I think you and I are probably engaged here on Sundays, is to try and map the problematique to the solutionatique and try and do that in a rational systems thinking kind of way.
Yeah. And that's where that one on solving systemic problems requires systems thinking, because these are systemic problems. These ones I've listed are persistent systemic problems that are sort of in the DNA of the culture. The culture just sort of enables these problems to persist and renew themselves. And that was the whole point of the whack-a-mole, is that when you address any one of them, you tend to cause the others to renew, to reemerge in
but solving one of them, quote unquote, is not a statement a systemic thinker would make.
And that was the whole point of writing that little article, that you can't, if you attempt to solve them one at a time with a narrow focus, you'll fail, because you'll basically amp up one of the ones you're not looking at. So you really have to look at them ensemble. And that ain't easy to do. That's what systems thinkers do. They look at the whole ecology. And you and I are of the mindset that you really have to do systems thinking. You have to zoom out and look at the whole system. You can't, if you zoom in too tightly and work on some problem too tightly, you're going to be ignoring the collateral damage, the side effects that you're not paying attention to.
So a brief anecdote about history is that from 2012 to about 2013, probably for 18 months, and you've probably heard me say this before, I and a couple others, David Price and Dino Carabeg, put together what we call the community of impact ideas. And by put together, I mean basically try and figure out how much of it we could toss to really get to the core. So I'm going to go over one slide. Hopefully it's the right slide. That's the wrong one. Let's see. I think it's a presentation in Google Drive. I'm trying to find it now. Where's that presentation? I'm gonna have to find it later. But basically the slide was, it's easy to talk about problems today. There's a zillion different points that people can make about the problems today. All the ones that you just listed, for example, all the intractable problems.
Right.
And what commonly is done by well-meaning people, very well-meaning people, some of them with very large influences, they say, okay, I'm going to take this problem and I'm going to provide a solution for it over here. That is my problem. And then other people say, I'm going to take this problem, I'm going to provide a solution. So you got this crisscross of singular focus.
Yeah, zoomed in, tightly zoomed in.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. I agree with you in that these people are saying, okay, let me solve malaria, let me solve hunger, let me solve the climate, let me solve water distribution, let me solve sugar intake, let me solve cow protein consumption, let me solve all of these different things. And there's all these very well-meaning projects, some of them well-funded, some of them not very well-funded, some of them provided by NGOs, some of them provided by billionaires. But now you get this big morass of people trying to solve the world's problems.
Yep.
And one example I like to use is when there was somebody about 14 years ago who had multiple sclerosis. Either he or a relative had multiple sclerosis. And he was a billionaire. So he gathered 4 of the world's experts in MS and said, when are we likely to have a cure? And they said, well, I'm working on this and I'm working on that and I'm working on this and I'm working on that. And each of them said something like, well, maybe around 20 years or so, we might actually have a cure for this. And he gave them a challenge. He said, okay, I'm going to give you all the money you need to solve this problem. I'm going to give you all the money you need to solve that problem. I'm going to give you all the money. And he said, if you guys do this, how quickly could we solve multiple sclerosis? They all conferred with each other, and they said, maybe about 5 years.
Yeah, I was going to say 5 years. Yep.
No.
Clear the decks.
Story I heard in 2008. I'm hoping to get an update of it, but I have not yet heard an update from the multiple sclerosis people that it's been solved. But it's an interesting approach, and if nothing other than a little allegory, that might be a good approach for how we take a systems approach. He was thinking more systemically than each of these researchers were. Maybe because he was dying, or he had a relative who was dying, right?
Yep.
So the earth is dying. So we need to take a more systemic approach. And the problem is, we got to get each of these well-meaning people to understand we got to level up into this level of systemic thinking, not individual, I'm doing this for the world, therefore I can die peacefully, that crap, okay? We got to say, if I solve this problem for the world and nothing else happens, I still haven't really made a dent. in our probabilities of, extinction.
Yeah.
So that's why, as collaborologists or collaborologers, I don't know what the right word is, we got to be able to think this way. Okay. So I'm not saying I can solve any of those problems, but I'm saying the people who could benefit from sharing information, allocating responsibilities, you know, rather than working in either redundant efforts, which is okay, but worse is yet working at cross purposes. And when uncoordinated, many of these efforts will be working at cross purposes. Let's suppose there's only one way to get, supplies into Malawi. And let's say I give somebody a bunch of money to say, okay, let's get these water containers over there. But somebody else says, hey, I need that transport vehicle because I need to bring food into Malawi or whatever it is. This is a hypothetical situation, right? If we're working across purposes,
right,
fighting over each other over that critical path resource, then we're not thinking systemically.
Yep.
So can we get the level of awareness of the well-meaning people, the well-resourced people, the well-researched people, the well-funded, the well-connected people to say, hey, let's not be fighting over food or taxes or people or volunteers or real estate or any of this stuff. How can we think so that, let me use this much for me, let me use that much for you. Together we can, at best, linear optimize. And, when we know better, we'll do better. But at least if you have that coordination, you can start with linear optimization and possibly go beyond that.
Yeah, more cross-pollination. When I was at Bell Labs, one of the things that was a great benefit of being in a very large research and development laboratory is that I could employ breakthroughs in seemingly unrelated parts of the company. So, for example, Unix was being developed, up at Murray Hill when I was down at Homedale doing network planning, and I was able to begin using the tools for thought in Unix, before they were commercially available anywhere. And other ideas that had been developed at Bell Labs before me, made it possible for me to be more efficient at my work because I had all this available resources that were running in parallel that I had direct access to. And once you go off on a little, two-man operation off by yourself, you lose all that cross-pollination. You don't have lunch with these guys from the other department. You don't go to the seminars and the presentations of these guys from the other departments. You don't learn all the stuff that they're doing. You go, that's a great idea. I know how to import that concept or that resource. That cross-pollination was fabulous.
And it's interesting you mentioned Linux. I continually resurface this rant from time to time. The minute rich apps went from text, ASCII, to rich formats like WYSIWYG, and don't make it possible for the Unix list of filters, in the Unix sense of the word, to apply everywhere, then you lose that very horizontal notion of collaboration. Yeah. You're now in your walled garden of you only work within this very rich formatted field, which only you know how to do. And worse, you've made it proprietary.
Yeah. Just before we started, just for the last 20 minutes before the top of the hour, I was watching an interview with Brian Kernahan, one of the Unix.
I know, MSC guys.
Yeah, he was sitting there at his picnic table, doing an interview with the guy. Not the first interview, it was a series of them. And he was talking about how he developed, in this particular case, the awk program. But he mentioned how the cross-pollination of the other people involved made it possible to borrow ideas and integrate them. And he was talking about, grep and sed and awk and all this other stuff, and how each of the three people, Aho and Weinberger, brought in their contributions. And he said, it was just by accident that our offices were lined up one between the other. That's what allowed us to have all that collaboration, because each of them brought an idea, the regular expression idea or whatever it was that they were working on. And he said, if that hadn't been the case, they never would have collaborated. They collaborated because they were literally, you know, in adjacent departments and had lunch together and saw each other every day and, you know, cross-pollinated.
Which now we've lost
Yes.
in the last 3 years with COVID.
Yeah. And with COVID and also with the loss of the great research labs. I mean, there's still a few. I mean, there's Google, and I guess there's Apple and Microsoft and maybe a few others. But, you know, the research labs like Bell Laboratories, I mean, the government said that's un-American. It's un-American to have this integrated system, you know.
Of profit, not of research, of profit.
Yeah, except that the profits were regulated by the FCC to 7.5% return on capital investment. And no one person owned more than a tiny fraction of 1% of the stock. It was the most widely held stock, you know, in the planet. And it was a very stable stock. The price was stable. The return was stable, as the bluest of chips of all. Nobody was getting rich. 7.5% is not getting rich, but it's meant that you had a reliable source of income and you had a reliable source of funding for Bell Labs. Something like 1% of the revenues of the operating companies went to AT&T. And out of that 1%, they funded Bell Labs and a few other things. So 1% tax on the ratepayers. You pay your phone bill every month. 1% of that went to AT&T, and that funded Bell Labs. That was a bargain. It was a hell of a bargain.
It's a model we're not likely to reproduce.
You were paying $15 a month for phone service and what, 15 cents a month, you know, tax, as it were, to fund Bell Labs. What a hell of a bargain that was.
There's a bunch of other taxes in my phone bill right now that I don't entirely understand, and they're more than 1%, probably, at least some of them.
So that was a very, you know, that was the first big disappointment to, you know, have the Bell system broken up.
So the point being, let me invoke Engelbart again. Sorry, I didn't finish my point about these point solutions. Part of the point was that we have to look at ways to coordinate. And if we cannot coordinate, at least we need to make it transparent what these efforts are doing, and the resources they're fighting over, whether it's volunteers or, you know, roads or whatever. So that's one point. The second is Engelbart's point, that as we evolve our tools, we need to evolve in parallel. Because if the tools get better and we don't, then the tools are just taking our old way of thinking and just doing it 1,000 or 1,000,000 times faster.
Yeah.
But we're not fundamentally doing different things if we can't evolve ourselves at the same time the tools evolve.
Our culture is not organized for systemic problem solving. I mean, the Bell system was, but most of the culture is not. Governments are not organized for systemic problem solving.
U.S. government is not.
No. Well, I can't say that much about, say, the Canadian government or the Mexican government or European governments. I don't know that much about them, but certainly U.S. government is doing things which are so contraindicated, so likely to degrade the quality of life and the quality of government. It's just, I mean, it's very dispiriting.
Okay. So let me take a small aside and go on another rant, okay?
Yeah.
I think the problem is that we have this notion of transaction. And a transaction is value at moment in time.
Right.
There's no extended value notion in a transaction. Okay. So there's a price, there is a payment that's exchanged at the time of transaction. Right. A price is set at the time of transaction, and there's no memory of it previous or post, really, okay? It's just gone. That transaction.
No attention to social costs, collateral damage, and so.
No,
you know, this whole thing about social costs, you know, like pollution in the atmosphere was a social cost, right?
Right. But let me say that if we worked on connection instead, rather than on transaction, then that requires memory. In other words, if I say, hey, Barry, you and I are going to be connected. And let's assume that we come up with a social agreement. We, meaning you and I and others that we would actually want to network with.
Right.
That says, Barry, since we are connected, I'm not going to let you go hungry. And likewise, you're probably not going to let me go hungry. I'm not going to let you suffer if you have, deteriorating health, and you're not going to let me suffer if I have deteriorating health, etc. You get warmth, you get energy, you get news, you get whatever. Okay. And I suppose we made that agreement with all the people in our connected networks.
Yeah.
Now, in whatever model society is operating on, that network should be a way that goods or resources or food or whatever flow if there is a need.
Yeah.
I suppose some catastrophic disaster hit your condo building or townhouse building or whatever it's called. Okay. And because we're connected, now your network of 150 or 250 or whatever friends says, Barry, what do you need?
Yeah. You're coming to my rescue instead of leaving me stranded.
And if we all cared that way,
yeah,
then it's not about price. See, a loaf of bread today, there's an arbitrary price assigned to it. It's either $3 or $4 or $5, whatever. Okay.
Yeah.
And it's the same for everybody, and it's the same for everybody every day, and it's the same for every consumer, every producer. It's like, look, for a family in Kenya, that could be worth their entire life for the week. For somebody else, it's like, 2/3 of it went wasted because they already had Pop-Tarts, or they already had cereal, or they already had granola. It's worth nothing. So the notion of value of goods, I think, is a very simplistic notion of value. Pricing is a very simplistic notion of value. Okay. We ought to be thinking about flows of goods, even flows of chips, flows of electricity, flows of waste, flows of water. Okay.
Yeah.
And model all of that. Because if you're thinking systemically, you're thinking about flows, you're thinking about transformations, you're thinking about conservations, etc. But pricing and specific transactions is like the further thing. We got to jettison that if we're actually going to be systemic thinkers. And people say, oh, that's too hard. How are we going to conduct business? Crap, we got to rethink that. Okay, business based on fixed, static pricing for everybody at every time, at every location is a stupid idea, and it's only done because we're too simple to think otherwise.
France just decided by law that unsold food at the supermarket must be given away to homeless people.
Yeah. And
in
why
the US, you
we
can't
make it illegal?
Yeah, we make it illegal. You have to throw it away. Unsold food has to be thrown away if it's beyond the sell-by date.
Yeah. In fact, even just blocks from people who are starving.
Yes. It's crazy. It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts.
It's oh, we have to protect them because it may not be safe. It may not be healthy. It may not be. Fuck, you think, starving is healthier? So I go back to what Engelbart was saying, even back in the 50s and, earlier. If we evolve our technology and we do not evolve the way we think, the way we act, the way we behave, the way we process information, the way we get triggered by emotion, if we don't do that, then all technology is going to do is bring about our demise faster.
Yeah.
So this is why he said we have to co-evolve with our human systems and our tool systems together. These make these better. This makes that better. And it just has to go that way.
Yeah. Coevolution Quarterly was an offshoot of the Whole Earth catalog. That was back in the 80s, I think. I think it went back to the 80s, the Whole Earth movement.
I think that was late 70s.
Late 70s, early 80s, yeah. So
I was still in school when I think I heard about that stuff.
Yeah.
And I graduated with an undergraduate in 1980.
Yeah. Whole Earth catalog and Stuart Brand and Coevolution Quarterly, and then the Well. That's all from the 80s and 90s. So, I mean, this is not a new idea, but it was a little, niche thing of a smaller people. And I was one of the systems thinkers. Howard Rheingold personally invited me onto the Well. And I was one of the few professional systems thinkers there. And it turned out that the people who were running it, besides Howard Rheingold, sort of his lieutenants, were not very good at systems thinking. And turned out I annoyed the hell out of them because I was a better systems thinker than they were. And when he went on vacation, they kicked me off. Just like Keldon kicked me off of his systems thinking group. It's a problem if you are more expert at systems thinking than the people running the show. They don't want you there because you're going to call them out on where they're going astray. The people in leadership can't tolerate that. And it took me a long time to figure out, why are they kicking me? I'm a systems thinker. Why the hell are they kicking me out of here? What am I doing wrong? The answer is, I'm doing too many things right. I'm too far ahead of the peloton. And that turned out to be a problem.
Is that a solution or a diagnosis you came up to with full systems thinking perspective?
Well, I was basically told that. I mean, after I got kicked out of the well.
But if you were a systems thinker, would you accept just what you were told?
Well, that was only one piece of evidence. First of all, the fact that I was kicked out, that's a fact. The second reason is, and the main reason is that one of the people that was in the little oligarchy broke ranks and spilled the beans to me privately. And that's how I learned, because they were having this backroom discussion about me, deciding how to handle me. And one of them decided that this was unethical. And he, after the fact, disclosed to me the transcript of this behind the scenes thing. And that's really the eye opener. That was the evidence that this was why they were doing this. In fact, by the way, when that guy sent me the transcript, I published it on my website, and it's still there. And one of the guys who was on there,
did that guy get kicked out?
We made sure that it wasn't clear who was the bean spiller.
They probably know.
Well, maybe or maybe not, but as far as I know, no. And so I knew who it was, but Peter Rothman, you recognize the name Peter Rothman? Peter Rothman was one of the guys who was irate that I had published this disclosure. And I mean, he threatened me legally, and then I appended his threat, which was an email. I appended his threat to it. And finally he said, well, just take out the name of my daughter, who I casually mentioned in this conversation. I said, no problem. I'll take out your daughter's name. I'm leaving your name in. I gotta hide your, okay. This is evidence. And so that stuff's, it's been on my web server now for what, 25 years or something? I don't know how long it's been up there.
Since you're sending links, why don't you send that link also?
I'll have to find it because I'm not going to search for it now because it'll take me too long to find it. But
the point being that it is possible to model what those people were triggered by, and clearly it's not a STEM issue.
It's a political issue.
That's right, but it's not a STEM issue.
No. And by the way, I ran into
the solution is not confined to the STEM domain.
The problem is that there's so few people who are really into the STEM domain.
Did you hear me? Did you hear me? Did you hear me?
It's not specific to the STEM domain.
Right. So the STEM domain as a solution is incomplete.
Yeah, you have to figure out the politics, and I suck at figuring out politics. The politics is behind the scenes, so I'm not party to the politics. If they had brought me into the politics, I said, what you're doing is unethical. And as soon as you start pointing out that they're engaging in unethical conduct, they don't want you there anymore. They don't want the ethicists hanging around. Trump didn't want the ethicists hanging around. The people who are political tune out, marginalize the people who are thinking ethically. And ethical thinking is part of systems thinking.
Absolutely.
So the systems thinkers include the ethical thinkers, and ethical thinkers tend to get marginalized because the people who want to use their power politics for personal gain or their clique, they don't want the ethicists hanging around. And it took me a long time to figure out, that dynamic, but I still don't have a solution to it.
Well, I don't have a solution either, but I think part of what could move us forward from that is this radical transparency idea. Because transparency, shining a light on corruption, at least makes it available for subsequent disclosure
Yeah.
of what
You know,
happened.
I
It
mentioned
may not happen in real time.
I've been binge watching these Columbo episodes, that date back 10 seasons or so. And one of the things about Columbo is he is not without guile. He can be just as guileful as the bad guy to entrap the bad guy. And I've sort of puzzled about whether or not, first of all, I can't do that. My friend Anne Marie says to me, she says, Barry, she says, you're without guile. I said, I don't have the faculty of being an actor and pretending to be somebody I'm not. I can't pull that off. And so I watch Columbo and I go, how can he be so guileful and yet a competent detective in homicide? He is pulling off these scams that are designed to entrap the bad guy. And they're elaborate scams, and I go, that's unrealistic. It's great entertainment, but it's unrealistic. In real life, you can't pull that off. Look, the guys who were ethical in the Trump administration got thrown out, marginalized and thrown out. They couldn't have pulled off some, pretend to go along until you get the evidence to blow the whistle. The whistleblowers just get, they get strung out to dry. Look at there's been a bunch of whistleblower stories in the last couple of years. The whistleblowers are not pulling off the Columbo tactic. They're not.
No, in fact, they are being attacked and they are suffering.
Right. And that's the thing that's an unsolved problem is this business of, I have corruption is what the fourth item on my list. Well, corruption is the inverse of ethics, right? The absence of ethics is corruption. And that's a really old problem. I mean, they're talking about with the Queen's death, they're talking about the corruption of the monarchy down through the millennia, using your power, And I've thought about corruption. I found corruption in Wikipedia and wrote about it and got kicked out by Jimmy Wales himself, who says ethics is beyond the scope of the project. Believe it or not, he says this workshop on ethics is beyond the scope of Wikimedia Foundation. What? You're 501c3 for education, and ethics is beyond the scope of the project. Are you serious? You can seriously say that and use that as an excuse to boot me out of all the projects? Yeah, he pulled it off.
Well, those with power find it easy to do so.
Exactly.
Those without power, all
right.
we can do is insist on transparency.
Yeah.
And that is hard to do when we don't have power.
Right. And if I adhere to the protocols of the scientific method as rigorously and with as much precision as I can, that disempowers me. I would have thought it would empower me, but I discovered no, it doesn't. People take exception to rigorous attention to the protocols of the scientific method. I actually did that on Wikipedia. I wrote down hypothesis H0, H1, H2, and the sequence of hypotheses, and try to use that as an exercise in the Columbo style. It went nowhere. People just blew it away.
It didn't go nowhere. See, it's posted. So it's now available for others to come back and study.
Sure.
That's the main thing. That's what I'm calling eventual transparency.
Good luck finding it. It's there. And I think I can go back and still
find it. Well, then your
it.
job is to make it easier to find.
But also, when they kick me off, what's the word they use? They hide the content of the bad guy. It's just like YouTube takes your stuff off because they say it's bad. The corrupt people also take my stuff off. So I had to go to extraordinary lengths to save and download my stuff that was originally publicly searchable on Wikipedia. It's not searchable anymore. They made my stuff unfindable. Only the administrators can find it, not the public. So I downloaded some of it and put it up on my website. Good luck finding it. Google doesn't have it. Google at one time had it, but Google doesn't retain searches of stuff that's that old, that nobody's ever pursuing. So it gets lost in the gravel. It gets buried in the gravel. It's there. I mean, if you chase down all my writings, you can probably find links to it, stuck away in a blog post that nobody's looked at for 10 or 15 years. And I don't think I'm unique in that regard. I think a lot of people, have their stuff buried. And then somebody, will make a documentary, a world-class documentary. That's beyond my ken.
Okay, the first three links, when I first searched for a few words here, are Wikimedia and Wikipedia articles on ethics.
Yep. Yep. And in fact, another person who worked with me created an entire blog on the topic, and his blog is still up there. And if you know the correct search words, you can find it and read the stuff. And I could dig it up and short circuit the search for you. But then you're going to find a ton of material that reveals the corruption.
Okay, let me ask you this. Can I take a sideways turn?
Sure.
When you graduated at Stanford in systems theory,
yeah,
who else was in your cohort?
Well, I was on the doctoral support program from Bell Labs, and unlike the master's program where there's a whole cohort, there weren't that many people who got the doctoral support program. So the people that I really hung around with was like my housemate or my apartment mate, and my professor. There weren't that many other people affiliated with Bell Labs. I think I might have been the only one in the graduate study program from Bell Labs at Stanford that season.
What about the people not affiliated with AT&T?
Well, the one person who would have known best was my apartment mate, who just retired from teaching at the University of Alberta. And I'm not. I mean, he's a Facebook friend of mine, but we don't really converse that much because it's.
What's this person's name?
His name is Terry Daniel, Daniel. I can probably find his page on Facebook for you, because he just posted, moving his stuff out of his office. Now, I don't know if that's public or not, but
from his posts, has he exhibited frustration?
Oh, I don't think no, I don't think so. I'll just give
Why
you.
wouldn't he?
First of all, he was never at Bell Labs. He was at the University of Alberta.
No, I'm talking about as a systems thinker, as a systems teacher.
Oh,
why wouldn't such a person be frustrated?
Well, if he was, he didn't disclose it to me. So there he is on Facebook, and if it's public posting, you'll just see a picture of him moving out of his office for the last time or whatever. Let me just see if it's public. No, it's not. It's limited to his friends. Yeah, just a photograph of the building, and so the building, just a photograph of the building. He says, "Beautiful blue sky Alberta day as I empty the last of my papers and books out of my office at the university. Every step I took this morning brought back great memories." So he was a professor teaching. Now he was actually teaching in the business school, I think. He does have some postings that are public, but they're
none of them are systems thinking related.
No, they're basically this Facebooky kind of stuff. It's not.
Right.
But so when I was in grad school at Stanford, I can't say that I mean, I had people who were taking the same classes as I was taking. I'll tell you one story. One of my professors, who was actually a reader on my thesis, was teaching a course in an obscure topic called combinatorial optimization. Very obscure topic. And in those days, in the 70s, it was a frontier topic, so it wasn't very well organized. And the content was a little bit helter-skelter. And there was an Israeli student in the class who was an order of magnitude smarter than any of us. His name was Uri. And anytime the professor was kind of getting erratic on the presentation, Uri would speak up and present the correct interpretation. And I could tell that the professor was getting annoyed by this smarter guy, Uri. So and I was aware of this thing, and it was all kind of awkward because you didn't know how to handle it. So one time, the professor, Doug Weil was his name, he asserts that you should divide the search space into, I think he said 4 sections, and Uri said no, it should be 3. And the professor said, his usual comeback, I don't understand that. And I said, he said 3. What's so hard to understand about that? It's a number. And it was electric. The whole room just froze. And after the class was over, and then the professor said, okay, Uri, you come up here and explain. And he did. Uri came up and explained why he divided into 3, and this is why it's the optimal practice. And then after the class, a bunch of us all filed out in the club, and 1 or 2 of them said, that was really very brave of you. I'm glad you stood up for Uri, and in that, because this has been a habit. But now I remember Uri's name. I don't think I remember his last name, and I don't know if I even remember the names of the other students. There was maybe a dozen of us in that particular class. It was a very small class, but they were, the only reason that I knew them is because they were taking this course on combinatorial optimization from.
Now, why did he say 3? Was it because the 4th was vacant?
No, because it was a strategy for searching. It was a search strategy for searching a space, and the obvious one is you divide it by 2, and you check and you see if it's in the left half. So dividing by 2 is the obvious one, and then there are others where you divide it by not such simple ways.
There's a lot of different ways to create.
Right, and so he got to a point where the question was, what's the optimal number of divisions to do the search, and the professor hadn't really done his homework, and he proposed the wrong method, and Uri just piped up, matter-of-factly, and said, no, in this case, it's 3. Now, I could be misremembering it. All I remember is it was the difference between 2 or 3 or 4, something like that. And this was all new material, and Uri got up and explained very clearly why this particular division was the optimal strategy for the search of a combinatorial optimization problem. And this was after a long period of Uri piping up and professor shutting him down. Just, shutting him down. And, I had a lot of empathy for that, because if you're the smartest kid in the class and you're correcting the teacher, that's a very difficult thing to do in a tactful manner. When I was in grammar school and the teacher would say something wrong, not intentionally, that just not really, and I would ask a question as if I didn't understand. And that would alert the teacher to realize that she had said something wrong. So I could get away with that in grammar school. I said, wait, I'm not following you here. And so, oh yeah, once you get to like high school and college, you can't pull that trick off. You can't pretend to not understand. If you correct the teacher, they know damn well that you know the material better than they do. And it's awkward. But do you want the rest of your classmates to learn it wrong? Or do you want to make sure your classmates don't get it wrong and maybe embarrass the teacher?
But there is a way to do it, right?
Well,
rather than say it's 3, he could have said, might it be 3?
You mean the teacher?
No, Uri.
Uri. Well, no, Uri had very matter-of-factly contradicted the teacher. That
right.
was
so. I'm just saying that could have been done differently. I'm not saying Uri is wrong. I'm just saying there are ways now to bring in new information that might be, let's say, more correct than what the professor or teacher is saying, without embarrassing the teacher.
Yeah, and the problem is it gets hard when you get to the graduate level. That gets to be really
hard. I agree. But then it's 2 issues. Okay, it's how the teacher takes it, right, and it's how the student presents it. Okay,
right.
If the student is clear and clean in the presentation, it doesn't matter how the teacher takes it. If the teacher is clear and clean, it doesn't matter how the student takes it.
Yeah, but in this case,
both are mature. Then the right things happen.
Yeah.
I'm saying as a student, Uri could have done it in such a way to not embarrass the teacher.
Possibly, although, I mean, we're talking about something that happened like 35 or 40
I understand.
years ago.
I understand.
But I found it increasingly difficult to correct things in real time as I advanced up through the grades. I could pull it off in grammar school. I couldn't pull it off once I got to upper class. If the teacher said something wrong, I just, you just had to point it out, or else let your classmates, be misinformed. And I would take the risk sometimes, but I never really found the optimal way to correct something. I mean, it's like this thing with Alex. He's sticking to his guns, and I said, all right, I'm going to throw in the towel. This is a case for St. Jude, the hopeless causes. There's no way to fix this.
Well,
I can think of. It's not, it's just not going to happen. We should stop and say hello to Kayla.
hello, Kayla.
Hi, whatever you guys are talking about sounds really interesting.
Well, you might have this in your classes. I don't know, and maybe not so much in dance because that's art rather than mathematics. But
Right.
if the presenter has presented something incorrectly, either inadvertently or because they simply haven't learned it well themselves, what happens when one of the students intervenes to correct it? And this may never happen in dance. I don't know if it even is conceivable in a dance class, but it's when the student corrects the professor, and how to do that in a way that doesn't embarrass the professor or in some other way, cause emotional or political problems.
Yes, but to stop them too when they're giving out this misinformation.
Correct.
Yeah, well, yeah, that doesn't happen during dance. And just because it's, left to interpretation by the person actually teaching it,
Right.
there's no scientific, yeah.
There's no right. There's no right or wrong
Right.
answer.
Exactly. Geez, that is a really good question.
Yeah. Now, maybe if you're talking about acrobatics and balance and energy and being able to pull off a dance step without, causing injury to your ankle or something, maybe in that case there's some medical reason why some gesture is more appropriate. Land on your toes or whatever, not on your heel. I could imagine if it's not the art, but the athleticism of it, possibly. But I doubt it. In what you do, there's not that much athleticism to be concerned about.
Oh, there's a lot of athleticism to be concerned about for sure.
but medically problematic. I mean, I understand that you get out of breath before the end of the number and you can't finish it because you've used up too much energy. Maybe that.
Yeah, it's just again, that's kind of, there are moves that over time can wear on your joints and on your muscles. If you aren't doing it right, you can strain something. Maybe not break something, but in the long term, you can. And then of course there's, the pushing an athlete to where they get severely injured. That's something.
That's the key thing, because you don't want to injure. I don't know. Do you get much injuries in dance class because people sort of land wrong? Or
I've witnessed it.
You have? Okay.
Yes, you can.
In Tai Chi, can you injure yourself doing Tai Chi?
Absolutely.
Get out of balance and fall over?
Or when you're pushing hands and somebody throws you. Yeah.
Yeah. I thought Tai Chi was just very gentle.
That's a misconception.
Oh, it is? Okay. Maybe it's all I've ever seen is the slow movement.
It is gentle, but it's not only gentle.
Okay. Anyway, so that was the issue. Was
oh, wait. The potentially embarrassing story I was hoping Kayla would tell.
Oh, go ahead, Kayla.
Of the last time I was there?
About injuries in dance.
Yes. So when I went to visit Sam,
you don't have to tell it. I'm just
no, it's okay. Now that you said it, I can't not say it. Yes. So don't backtrack. You did it intentionally.
Yes.
Now, when I went to visit Sam, of course, I hadn't danced for like a month, and I was overeating because it's vacation. I was drinking too much and stuff. So anyway, the weather was really cold, at least for me, and I didn't want to go outside. And so I'm like, okay, what to do? Oh, yes, let's try this new TikTok dance. This is TikTok dance that I wanted to do. It's really cute. Um, and I was practicing, and there's lots of jumps in it, and so I kept practicing that. And then suddenly when I stood up, like I sat down to rest and I stood up and oh, there it was. It's this injury that has lasted until like today. I mean, I'm getting physical therapy.
That was a year
I,
ago, wasn't it?
almost a year ago. That was like Thanksgiving vacation.
That was not when you were here in August?
No, no, because I didn't go to your house in August. The first time I went to your house was,
that's right.
Yeah, November. So again, over time, but I was asking the physical therapist, I mean, what is it? Because, in January, I could do some of the floor work. And then, things got stiffened and I don't know, time went by and now it's kind of hard for me to be on the floor. So anyways, he said, I think you just exacerbated the muscle and it's inflamed. And whenever you put pressure, you do something, it becomes inflamed. So now we're trying to build up the muscles around my knee to be able to, handle it so it's not so much a burden on my knee. So it's just my left knee that's very weak, my right knee not so much, but I continue to dance and I continue to try to do all of these other things. It hurts. So yes, to answer your question, Barry, yes, you can get injured through dance.
I know you can get injured. You can land wrong or pull a muscle or whatever. Do you remember, Sam, when Trump was talking about COVID and Fauci and his assistants were there, and Trump said something really stupid and Fauci has to sort of hide a laugh, and another woman also had a similar, pretending not to react. Even professionals who really, really know about, but senator, trying to knock down a stupid question, from a senator from Texas or whatever. It's even the professionals struggle with this issue of,
Yeah.
And if you're really studying your subject hard and you're really focusing on the subject, what you're not paying attention to by definition is, the shortcomings of the other people who are not being as diligent. And, I don't know. I suppose it's a solvable problem. There's a nice medium, but the person who knows it best is the one who's most likely to, to pipe up at the inopportune time.
Well, it's definitely a chance that you take to correct that person.
Yeah.
I can see where that would be anxiety inducing. Especially if you respect that person enough. Nope, hold on, stay right there. Sorry, the dog was about to go crazy. But yeah, if you respect the person enough and know them well enough to correct them, yes, it might be a lot easier than if you're like, let's say in a classroom setting and a guest came and they talked about something that was totally incorrect, has been scientifically proven to be incorrect, and they're speaking to hundreds of people. I mean, what do you do with that point?
It's going to come out. I mean, if it's on television, on tape or something, it's going to come out after the fact. But
right.
No, I mean, look, if you are knowledgeable about that subject and another expert says something that has been, let's say, not accepted by the broader scientific community because it's not founded well anymore, and if you let that pass, then subsequently people are going to ask, why did you let that pass?
Yeah, exactly.
You didn't speak up.
It's damned if you do, damned if you don't. It really is.
Not damned. I mean, why not just say, well, according to my knowledge, according to the recent set of articles in this particular journal, that theory has been superseded by this evidently new evidence. Yeah. There's a way to do that. Yeah. Now, that's not immediately making the person wrong. It's saying, are you familiar with this new data? Yeah. And it's not immediately asserting ego. It's saying, have you looked at this? Now, I'm not saying this is the only way. I'm saying there are ways that we can imagine where it's not quite so ego versus ego.
It's a challenging problem, and you don't have time to think about it because it's in the moment.
That's why it has to be muscle memory. The whole EQ of it needs to be E muscle, not necessarily physical muscle. It's E muscle, emotional muscle.
Yeah.
We have to practice these things.
So Fauci didn't practice hiding his guffaw when Trump said something stupid, and
No,
he
I think
happened to be on
Fauci
camera.
probably wanted some of that to be visible. He could have remained completely stoic. He chose
Maybe.
to make that somewhat visible.
Could be. I don't know. I mean,
That's true.
I guess it's
I would
maybe,
have to agree.
maybe after the fact in his biography, some biography will ask him about it. But there was more than one case where the expert was just reacting and couldn't conceal the reaction. His reaction was automatic.
Because they have to. They can't take the mic, but they have to indicate that they know this is wrong or they know that it's stupid.
Yeah. So anyway, but that's, so we're all aware of the issue and the challenge and the difficulty of.
Which is going back to my earlier point, Barry, and I'm going to string you along a little bit, Kayla, okay, is that the solutionatique that we were talking about is not purely STEM, okay? It's STEM plus all of these emotional human system side of things that I've been saying. Yeah. It's not just tact, okay? So there's a whole range of human systems evolutionary stuff going all the way back to the last 4, 5, 6,000 years of wisdom, which is not necessarily packaged up in this thing we call STEM.
Right.
It ought to be, but it's not.
It can be, and in some versions it has been.
True. But when we talk about STEM today, in today's understanding of STEM education, it doesn't include this emotional maturity, this
EQ is not
speaking, this look at other people's perspectives, this listen for other people's triggers. None of that actually happens in STEM today.
Right. And even in Psych 101, I don't know how much they're teaching emotional intelligence. I mean, I haven't gone back to look at modern Psych 101 texts, but I'm pretty sure the material that I developed on emotions and learning isn't a module in Psych 101 text. I think I would know about it if it was there. And I know people who teach graduate school of education. As far as I know, the graduate school of education is not in there, not part of the curriculum. And that stuff has been in the public domain for 20 years.
They're probably only looking at peer-reviewed journal articles.
Well, that's where my stuff is, other than the encyclopedia style article, which is not peer-reviewed, but it's a summary. So,
well,
But the thing is I don't take that personally, because an awful lot of stuff was in the literature for, long after somebody was dead, before somebody stumbled upon it. And
very. Okay. One thing that I observe is they use this term vexed and perplexed frequently.
Right. Yep.
I think that's unnecessary. I mean, it's temporarily okay, but you do use it frequently.
I do. Yeah.
Which I think blocks you. Because if you convince yourself that you're vexed and perplexed, then it's harder to move beyond that.
Well, the thing beyond it is that why are these problems so intractable?
Why. You've studied them for decades. You know why.
Yeah, right.
So you don't have to keep labeling as, oh, I'm vexed and perplexed. You could say, I need to dig on this particular front more, or I need to understand why my perspective of this doesn't yet yield clarity, and let me adopt someone else's.
And I think it's for the same reason as the theologians struck out also. Because the theologians began thinking about at least half of these same issues, millennia ago, and they struck out. And I thought, well, if you add more analytical thinking, would that solve the problem? And the answer is evidently not. Because you can do a lot of the same stuff analytically.
Here's the thing: if you're a true systems thinker, you would never come to that solution. But
the thing is that it has been written up analytically. There are analytical versions.
The fact that it hasn't been done yet doesn't mean that it's impossible.
Oh, no. The point is that when I point out analytical theology as opposed to narrative theology, I get even less attention than you get for narrative theology.
That's okay. The higher you climb, the fewer people you encounter. We
Well,
know
exactly. Down to zero.
right. That's
When
okay.
your audience shrinks to zero, you realize, okay, this isn't working either.
Well, it's for an eventual audience. It's not for the present audience.
Yeah, and that's why I say, well, maybe the stuff won't surface, until after I'm gone. That's not an uncommon
There,
expectation.
you and I both know people who've kept their papers private until they died.
Copernicus did, but because he
Right.
knew why
Right.
he had to. Galileo was stupid in that regard. I'm more like Galileo. I publish my stuff, but unlike Galileo, I don't get called out by the Pope.
No, nobody in this day and age is going to kill you for publishing what you've published. That's different.
But I might get kicked out of the discussion groups where it's germane. I might get kicked out of John Kelvin's group. I might get kicked out of the Well. I might get kicked out of Wikipedia. I might get kicked out of the place where the material actually belongs. So I don't get killed, but I get marginalized. I get sidelined.
All pioneers get arrows in their back, right?
I know. That's that's how I'm from Nebraska. I know about that. That's how you tell a pioneer. They're the ones with the arrows in their back. Yeah.
So if you're going to be a pioneer, it comes with the territory.
And that's why I began to look at the power of storycraft. That's why one of the reasons I began writing song parodies and comic operas and joke satires and things like that, is because you have to map it into entertainment. This is what the comedians would map cultural problems in entertainment, and that's a talent. And most of us never get very good. Most of us are not good at stand-up comedy. We're not Seinfelds, mocking the culture.
And yet some people are very good at that.
Seinfeld was very good at it. And the funny thing is, now that he's long past his mocking the culture, he's now, I think, promoting a sport clothing line or something like that. I heard the headline yesterday that he's flipped and is now, instead of mocking clothing, he's now
leveraging it.
He's.
But I still find the most credible and reliable and most balanced, perspectives these days are from our comedians, Colbert, John Oliver, Terry, was it Noah, Trevor Noah. If you look at political pundits, well, I don't know, maybe Rachel Maddow is an exception. I don't know.
Yeah, here it is. FanFest News. Jerry Seinfeld is now a fashion model and the internet is baffled. Baffled. Not vexed and perplexed, merely baffled. That's a 3-day-ago story.
There's no such thing as the internet. This is anthropomorphization of a word.
There it is.
Make
the internet is baffled. So we're here. So not vexed and perplexed, not puzzled, merely baffled. I coined the word baffleplexed. Did you know that baffleplex is a unique coinage of my own? So we're all baffleplexed.
I mean, the guy's got enough money. I don't know why he's still, hawking stuff.
Who knows? I mean, I only heard the headline. I didn't actually read the story. Jerry Seinfeld has officially switched careers to modeling after almost 25 years since his eponymous sitcom concluded its successful run. He's joined Kith's ranks as one of the fastest high-end clothing line. Kith's clothing line. Okay, there you go. You can't beat them, join them, I guess, huh?
Hey, we all realize we're still living in a quote-unquote capitalist society.
Yeah, and more and more people are pointing out that capitalism is the evil element, just like we used to say that communism was the evil element. That was oligarchy. Capitalism is sort of rising to the evilдom.
Yeah, I mean, people have been talking about this for quite a while.
Yeah, and here you get, Bernie with socialism is now a good thing, but not a bad thing. So,
well, you have to talk about social projects to understand that socialism has been co-opted by the right to instill fear.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
But all the things we enjoy as a society were social projects.
I point out to my brother, who's, you know, a big fan of capitalism. We grew up in Omaha. In Omaha, the city owned all the utilities, the water utilities, the electric utilities, the natural gas distribution utilities, the buses and the streetcars. The city owned practically all the infrastructure. I said, we grew up in a socialist city.
Yep.
And Steve knew that because he worked at the substation where Northern Natural Gas, the wholesaler, connected to the Metropolitan Utilities District. So I said, Steve, you worked at the interface between the Metropolitan Utilities District, which was like here when we have the Metropolitan Water Association, or what's it called? I can't remember. Massachusetts Bay Water. The water is city water and sewer is city. Electricity is not, but in Omaha it was. Omaha Public Power District. City owned the power distribution. So, we've gone, and the telephone network was, in a lot of countries, the telephone network was run by the post office. US is one of the few countries where it was run by the post office, but it was a regulated monopoly. So it was effectively, and now the post office is an independent corporation, but it's still supervised. It's sort of regulated, sort of the Bell system was sort of in between. It was a regulated monopoly. It answered to the FCC and the Securities and Exchange Commission. It had answered to all these government overseers, the public utilities commissions. So fundamentally, it's the government is managing the part that the government cares about. So you call it socialism, you call it capitalism. It's actually a hybrid.
But you look at the dynamics that push to injustice. That's typically profit and greed.
Yeah. Well, so if it's capitalist, you can buy stock. If it's the Metropolitan Utilities District, the city owns it. So everybody, all the citizens collectively own it with equal share. If it's a stock, you can own a fractional share, if you like. So it's one of these hybrids. If you bought life insurance, the life insurance companies owned the AT&T stock because they would buy these very stable investments. So if you had life insurance, you eventually were effectively an owner and indemnified against loss. That was what you're talking about, the social contract. My grandfather, sold life insurance for Metropolitan Life Insurance Company. All life insurance companies were headquartered in Omaha for some crazy reason. I'm not sure why. Mutual of Omaha, Metropolitan, they, for some crazy geographical reason, they all headquartered in Omaha so they could hire each other's best salesman or something. And mutual life insurance, it's the same. The policy holders own the company. That's what mutual means.
So I started with one meme, and I think it took us 80 minutes
to do. We haven't even done the meme. We just skimmed the surface of it.
That's right. Oh yeah, that's right. We got stuck on the word awkward.
Well, yeah, there we are. So it is very awkward to correct a deeply held misconception. So it's not just a simple mistake by a professor at the frontiers. You also have all these misconceptions that permeate our culture since the dawn of civilization. And those are the hardest ones to overthrow.
But see, I think the use of the word correct already is a less than useful, less than optimal perspective. It says that you are wrong, I am right, which is not a great way to get a communication across, even if it's true. And that's the non-STEM aspect.
If I say suboptimal versus
talking
optimal,
about, Barry.
Yeah. Okay? I would say suboptimal.
Yeah, that's what I said, non-optimal.
Yeah.
So there are already now in the last few decades new knowledge that has appeared to allow us to collaborate in such a way that it's not just ego on ego.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm trying to point out. It's not in the STEM domain of educational fields.
But if the topic is the optimal solution, then the suboptimal solution isn't the optimal solution, which means it's wrong for that course.
But you don't see it though. If you only look at it in STEM perspectives, that's what I'm trying to say, Barry.
Yeah. And I suck at politics.
Barry, wait.
Oh, no, you didn't freeze.
I'm not frozen. I'm not frozen.
Yeah.
I'm saying there is a habit, and I'm just observing this, where I can state something or ask a question, and you immediately have an answer. I'm looking for a bit more interaction on the possible new perspective.
I don't have an answer. That's why I say
there it is again.
Why I say I suck at it. I don't have the answer. If I had the answer, I wouldn't suck at it.
So I've said probably 3 or 4 times, Barry, that the solutionatique needs to have more than the STEM domains of education.
Yeah, it needs to have the arts.
Not just the arts, okay? It's all the EQ stuff. It's, personal maturity. It's, self-awareness. It's expression. It's understanding others. It's understanding people's triggers, Those are, typically not what people call the arts. But yet that will make a huge difference in whether or not people can collaborate. And that I'm telling you from my perspective, okay? Sorry, telling is the wrong word, okay? That I'm trying to lay on the table from my perspective is the Engelbart notion that if our tools evolve and we don't, if we don't get more self-aware, if we don't get more of this, communication skills, we don't get more of this emotional maturity, we don't get this, ability to sense and, understand others, then we will abuse our tools, and our tools will only bring about our demise more quickly. That evolution of ourselves is unappreciated. Doug appreciated it. He wasn't yet able to get others around him to appreciate that same theme.
Yeah.
That's why even as a technologist, I say technology will evolve, no issue. What I need to do is bring more awareness to the human side of things.
That's the hard
part. That co-evolution model needs to take place.
Yeah.
And the last point I usually make on this point is, why do we, when we get together, still use Robert's Rules of Order, written 150 years ago?
I don't.
As our manual.
I don't.
You look at the boards of companies, they still use Roberts. You look at meetings, they typically still do minutes and minute allocation and preset agendas and, specific time budgets and stuff like this, which is great for getting things done, but it's not great for getting the best things done.
Yeah. Meetings is.
So maybe doing the best is not what we want. What society seems to want right now is just getting things done.
Something
at an adequate kind of level, at an adequate level, but not optimal.
When I was at Bell Labs, it would take me maybe 9 months to work out a solution on paper, and then 2 or 3 times as long to sell it to the managers who had to buy into it, understand it, and adopt it and implement it. It really astonished me how much longer it took to sell an idea than to develop it. That surprised me. I thought if I worked out a solution on paper, they would understand it, and within a month, that was going to be the new policy. No, it turned out not the case.
Well, let me ask you, Barry. People will adopt and embrace ideas that they think they came up with, right?
They don't come up with
possible. Was it possible to interact with them in such a way that they thought they came up with a solution?
And I'll tell you the funny story. One by one, the people who had to be convinced were convinced one by one. The last person to be convinced was the person who had asked for the study in the first place, because she was responsible for mopping up the messes. And as soon as I had a solution that there were no more messes to mop up, she was going to be out of a job. And she was the last one to buy in. It took me a long time to realize, why did I have this one holdout? She was a holdout because once the solution is implemented, she's out of a job. She was the last one holding them up.
That's one interpretation, Barry.
Well, yeah,
That's
but
not the only interpretation.
all the others got out of that organization and moved on to some other role where they no longer owned the problem.
Okay, so let me pose something else. Even if you know the solution, putting it in place and actually having it actually operate and then generate the results that you expect still takes probably 3 times longer than you expect.
Well, but it took 3 times longer than for them just to agree to go ahead and approve the solution.
What I'm saying is she would not be immediately out of a job.
Oh, but the thing is, the implementation would be out of her department.
That's okay. In the meantime, she still has all these messes that still have to be cleaned up.
So,
and if you gave her credit that she motivated this study, that would add to her general glow and reputation.
The thing is, nobody wanted this person.
Very. I find that there is an interaction style you have where you immediately fire back without really hearing my point.
Oh, but I lived through this thing, and you're denying what I lived through.
No, I'm asking you to say, is there a different perspective?
Yeah, the false perspective, sure.
Is there only one correct one?
Well, there's the one.
If you're a systemic thinker, there's not only one correct perspective, Barry.
It turned out I was the second person to work on this problem.
Barry, you're not answering my point.
Pointing out to you that this wasn't a one-off. The vice president of Long Lines 30 years before had solved the same problem with the same mathematics and written it up. And it was not implemented because the solution required computation, which they didn't have the computers to do. It had to be done by hand. And they had to compute a chi-square. And it turned out that computing a chi-square by hand before calculators was impractical. So they implemented a shortcut, just a fixed bogey instead of a chi-square. 10 years later, this vice president had retired, and 10 years later, they got the computers. But they didn't implement the correct mathematical formula. They kept the wrong one. And after another 20 years went by, the same problem of the same messes were coming up, and they threw the problem to me. Now, I didn't know about this guy 30 years earlier. So from scratch, I got the same solutions, the same mathematics. But now there was no reason not to implement it because the computers were already taking the measurement. What are you pointing at?
My hand. My hand.
Yeah, okay, but I had to stop saying my sentence.
Because it's irrelevant, Barry.
Why is it relevant?
The point I'm trying to make is not about your solution. The point I'm trying to make is about you communicating your solution. And you're not hearing that point.
What's to communicate? You just simply
mentioned that it was difficult to get everyone else to hear what you had come up with. So the presentation of the material is independent of the material. The presentation of the material is your skill in understanding your audience and what they understand and their motivations and what they need to achieve in their job and how they get recognized and how they might be fearful. You, in your communications, have that to deal with. It's not about the chi-square. It's about the communication between you and a number of other individuals, the last of whom was, as you say, going to be put out of a job. My point is, maybe there's another perspective here, Barry.
Then tell me what it is.
The perspective is, it's not about the knowledge. It's about your interaction with these individuals, taking into account these human system dynamics, about careers, about turf, about recognition, about income, about being wrong. That is what will get them either convinced or not convinced. It's not about the mathematics of the chi-square or the computation.
Most of the people
wait, I'm not done. The other assumption was that this last person was fearful because she was going to be out of a job. I suspect that's not entirely true. Because people with that much influence and that much career progression and that much responsibility don't just disappear once that a solution's been solved. In fact, those people get recognized for solving a problem permanently, and they say, okay, maybe we can put this person on something else. So I doubt that there was as much fear there as you described. Now, I'm not saying that's true. I'm saying, is it possible for you to adopt that perspective rather than always saying they didn't want to hear it?
She was the last one to agree to approve it. She heard it and she understood it. But and here's the funny thing, because the math is hard to present, I did a computer animated simulation that revealed it in a cartoon simulation that first my department head saw it. He says, now I understand the solution. I showed that computer animated simulation and everybody said, yes, your policy is more efficient at solving this problem than the previous policy. It was pretty obvious. And I couldn't understand why this one last person was holding out. Didn't make any sense, because by now the computers were taking the measurements and assigning the work, and they could have changed the policy because it was just just changing a formula. Go ahead.
Okay, so when you and I speak, I'm trying to optimize certain things. Okay, you're trying to optimize certain things. We're probably not trying to optimize the same things. When you and this person, this big boss speak,
she was the little boss.
Things,
she wasn't the big boss. She was the lowest
whatever.
person on the totem pole.
Whatever. She was the last person who had to give the approval. So she had the most authority. Okay. So in that respect, okay, I'm just saying she had some things that she was trying to optimize, whether it was cost, whether it was organization, whether it was transmission difficulty, whether it was her career. She had a set of things she was trying to optimize that may have not been completely apparent to you.
No, it wasn't.
Right. So all I'm saying is it's a human system side of understanding that, and not the technical side of understanding the chi-square and the computation that was at play.
It was finding a new job. She was the last person to find a new job. All the others found new jobs. She was the last person to find a new role to play because she knew she was the last person to turn out the light at the end of the tunnel. And she was holding off until she got a new job. She couldn't get one. All the others.
Do you know that for a fact? Do you know that for a fact?
Well, it depends what you mean by fact. She was the last person.
Was she trying and was she being denied?
As far as I know, yes, because she knew that once this problem was solved, she was going to turn out the lights at the end of the tunnel and then go find another role to play in the company.
Yes, that's fine. But all I'm saying is, if it was such a huge job that was outstanding for 30 years, and I was the manager who solved that problem, don't you think that'd be a great mark on my reputation? And
it was a great mark for my department head. It was a great mark for our group at Bell
So
Labs.
why would you naturally ascribe her career fear for having achieved that objective?
Because she was the lowest person on the totem pole, and she was going to be the last person to turn off the light at the end of the tunnel and then go find something else to do in the company. All the others had already jumped ship when they saw the problem had a solution and that their responsibility was going to vanish. So,
okay, now I'm getting triggered, okay? I'm not hearing that you hear me. I'm not hearing that you get my point.
I get your point. I just don't buy it.
I don't buy your theory. Is say, yes, that's possible. And then I would hear that you had heard my point.
Is it possible? Well, with extremely low probability.
Which means you're fairly certain you understand that situation completely.
I don't know about understand it completely. I saw the other people jump ship one by one by one. The smartest people got out of that role first, and it worked their way down the line of authority to the last person who had been assigned to, attend. And she was the last person left.
Okay. All right.
All the others had found other work to do.
Let me try a different tack. Kayla, I wonder if you've been listening. Maybe not.
Evidently not.
Too bad. Because I'll find time perhaps to.
Yes, I've been listening.
Oh,
my phone was somewhere. Sorry.
Oh, okay. So, do you hear me not being acknowledged by Barry?
Yes.
Do you hear me trying to get acknowledgement that Barry heard my point?
Yes.
Do you think Barry heard my point?
No. Sorry, Barry.
So Barry, I'm trying to help you. Really, I am. I really am. But I think you were so certain. Sorry, Kayla. Are there other aspects of this that you might want to share? I was about to say something else, but
Well, isn't this is Barry's experience, yeah?
yes,
We're talking about something that he experienced and he
yes,
witnessed.
Something I spent
And
2 years of
you're
my
trying
career on.
to and you're trying to offer him a different perspective, or what could have been a different perspective.
and not necessarily that the perspective I'm offering is correct. All I'm saying is you're so bleeping sure that you understand what happened, Barry, and yet you keep coming back to I'm vexed and perplexed about why I can't, get people to understand me. So I think there's a connection here, and I'm trying to draw that connection, but I'm hearing you reject that possibility.
They had asked for a better mop.
Wait, Barry. What was my point I was just trying to make right now?
That your perspective is correct and mine's wrong.
No, that is completely opposite what I'm trying to say. Is that what I'm trying to say, Kayla?
No.
That is not what I'm trying to say, Barry.
I mean, they came to me and they said, we've been mopping up these messes. Can you make it easier for us to mop up the messes? And I said, let me look at it. And I said, I can make the messes go away entirely. So you don't even need to mop them up.
Will you do me and you a favor?
What?
Will you review this video later?
Yeah.
I think
by
there's a
the
block
way-
here.
Sorry?
I said, I think there's a block here because both of you would have failed in a Talanoa.
I will tell you what one of the
I'm saying
blocks.
I'm also blocked because I'm being ineffective here.
Exactly.
Right. And for the same reason that I write things up instead of speak them, because I don't know about if I've ever mentioned this before, I have a listening disability.
Yes. You
And
have
that's why,
mentioned that.
and I also notice that other people don't always hear what I say in real time, if I speak in real time. So I stop trying to present things orally and simply write them up and let them sit out there on the internet indefinitely, because it turns out that not only do I have a listening disability, when I tell people I have a listening disability, they don't hear me say that. And they keep talking. And the classical example was that 8-hour session with Colin back in January a year ago. He kept talking for 7 hours. And he knew, I had said, I can listen for 5 minutes. And then my listening system just, is filled. It doesn't matter. He just had to talk at me for 7 hours till 2 o'clock in the morning. What are you going to do?
Actually,
I once went to my boss and I said,
well, you and I can both do.
what?
Let's hear Kayla, because I think she can see where I'm blocked in and what you're blocked in.
Okay.
Only if you want to. Only if you want to. I'm
yeah,
gonna keep
it's uncomfortable. The only thing that comes to my mind is an argument I had with some guy. And I won't repeat what I said to that person. That's why I'm laughing.
Here.
That's why I'm laughing, and it's mean, and it does have some truth to it. I just feel bad if I said it to you guys.
Tell me later one-on-one.
Yeah.
Only if it's about me, not if it's about Barry. Okay.
Say anything you want.
What?
You can say anything you want, as far as I'm concerned.
Same with me.
Well,
we're here to try and learn here.
Yeah, well, there's two parts to it. I think generally the human race has, a deficit when it comes to listening. When, one of my friends has that kind of the same thing as you, Barry. It's really difficult for him to listen. He has something in his mind, and then he has to say it and interrupt everything. And it causes other people sometimes to forget what's in their head, because whatever is in their head sometimes is momentarily. Not a lot of people can retain a thought in conversation in their head for some time. You know, it's like, anyways, it's hard to articulate, but I find just the human race in general is very bad at listening to one another, which is why there's lots of problems. Another thing is men in general, I've noticed an entitlement to speak their mind, you know, and I don't know if that stems from just having leadership or, you know, it's the patriarchal society, being the man in the house. But I feel like a lot of guys, when they get together, just can't seem to shut the fuck up and listen. So it's funny too, because when I argue about dating, I know it's retarded, but I do. When I argue about like guys, I'll give you an example. So this one gentleman tried to date this, I don't know, it was just a stupid Tinder match, okay? Where this guy said to this woman after they matched, "I'm sorry, I don't think we'll work out." It's like, bitch, why did you even say something in the first place? And then the woman further asked, "Well, why would you say that?" Which I never would have done. I don't even know why that woman asked. And the gentleman proceeded with this long tirade about how single moms, independent, strong women, that's just a blip in society culture. He doesn't believe in that shit. He's like, basically said that because she is in her mid 30s, she can't conceive a child, you know, just a bunch of crap, right? And he said it very well. And so I think I sent it to you guys. Anyhow,
I remember reading that.
yes, exactly.
About a month ago.
Exactly. I argued with this gentleman. He's like, "Oh, I don't know. You know, he's just being honest. He's just being honest." And I later said, "Yes, he's being honest, but he needs to learn how to shut the fuck up." Like, because the point was, you know, in the very beginning, why the fuck do you have to say all of that bullshit? Why do you even have to open your mouth in the first place? You know, I've had that done to me before where somebody matched with me. He's like, "I'm sorry, I don't think we're going to work out." And instead of saying, "Yes, because you're a fucking idiot for saying something and matching with me without even looking at my bio," I just wrote him back and said, "Okay, well, good luck out there, idiot." So I just feel like, you know, a lot of guys go through this where they just feel like they have to say something. You know, and to just slow down, maybe listen to the person, maybe just think about, like, if I say something, how would it impact that person? You know, what is that person trying to get at? Why did they say this? You know, sometimes there's a great reason and sometimes there's not. And then sometimes you just have to end it there and call it a loss, or end it there and it's not a loss. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Gail.
Sorry. I feel like I've been such a
No.
downer.
I'm about to ask you permission to see if we could have a one-on-one later.
Yeah, of course. You know, even I can't shut the fuck up because this past week I told my boss how I felt, unbeknownst to, it's like all of these emotions came out. And this often comes when I feel really stressed out and I feel like I'm going to fail. If I feel like I'm set up to fail, I will say something. And most of the time, it does not work to my favor because I don't know how to say it without harboring these bad feelings if they don't choose like my path. So it's basically, I was telling my boss, I don't have any support and there's an event that is 4 weeks away. I think we should change the date. And boy, it took 2 hours and many text conversations later. And in the heart of it, I kind of saw where she was coming from. And even though she knew what I was proposing was correct, she was trying so hard to stick to her guns and have this event. So this woman has proved herself for an entire year. She has taken on so much as a new role. She's got small kids. She's dedicated, and she's got pressure from these idiots. Like the board of director president is a fucking idiot, and he's real fancy, and he's putting pressure. We don't have a strategic plan. And the former executive director is putting a pressure on her, saying, you need to have a fundraising event. Well, before you have a fundraising event, you need to have a fund development person in charge. Before that, you have to have a strategic plan, and so all of these aspects that I was trying to tell her, it was getting very frustrating. And I finally was like, you're doing a great job. Everybody loves you and supports you. And I was trying to say without saying, like, fuck them, but like, how do you say that to your boss? So I just had to turn around and catch myself and say, you're doing great. I mean, everybody loves you that I know. Look at all the crap, not crap, but look at all the things you've done in a year. So she doesn't have to listen to those idiots who don't support her and want to pressure her. So it was, thankfully, at the end, she saw what I was trying to say. Thank God. Thank you, God, because I was worried there. Like, who talks to their superior like that? And, sometimes not shutting the fuck up works in your favor. It just all depends.
Thank you for that story. Sounds like you handled that extremely well.
I was sweating a little bit. I felt so bad. I even apologized to her. I said, I'm really sorry. I don't mean to discourage you. I just think you're freaking awesome. And I just don't want this pressure. I don't think it's fair to you. And it was the right thing to say. But we all get caught up in our own narratives. And believe me, I talked shit to my sister for like several hours. I was obsessed. Like, I can't believe we're doing this. I feel like I'm going to fail. I'm going to lose my job because no one's going to come, and it worked to my benefit. So thank you.
So when's the new date?
Well, a big fundraiser will be set for summer, and then we'll probably have like a small fundraiser in February. But I need to recruit people because we definitely need the manpower of volunteers to assist with this. And then we also need like the working board support. So it's going to take time to just get them used to the idea that they really need to be behind the sponsorships. That's what a board's for, is their connections.
Hey, Barry.
Mhm.
I apologize if anything I've said has caused you stress or discomfort today.
Oh, that's not the issue.
Or it felt like an attack.
Well, it felt like you weren't listening, but that's nothing new. I don't listen, and other people don't listen to me. So, we're even.
We're all in good company.
No. It's not about being even. I am trying to listen, but I'm
It's
also
hard.
trying.
It's hard to listen to other people. It's hard to listen to people like me because I'm too abstract, too technical, too analytical.
Okay, now you just triggered me.
It's not true that it's hard to listen to people who are technical, analytical, and
No,
mathematical.
you triggered me by saying you're too abstract for me.
Well,
That's my ego.
I'm too abstract for a hell of a lot of people. You're one of the few people who actually will sit down and attend to me for an hour on abstract topics. Most people, just their eyes will glaze over within 5 minutes.
I think
That's
both of us
true.
will benefit from watching this one more time. Possibly more than that.
Yeah. Well, I don't read people's facial expressions. A lot of people are very good at talking and reading reactions. I'm terrible at
Kayla, you're about to say something?
I know I was agreeing with Barry that it's very difficult for people to listen to others talking with abstractions. Is that right? Talking with abstractions?
or in abstract
Amazing.
terms.
Yeah. Yeah. And most of them will glaze their eyes over.
So Barry, can I say something as possible way to check out here?
Yeah,
You have no idea how much I appreciate you.
you're right. I
I
have
have
no
very,
idea.
you have I have very few people who are willing to engage with me on the topics that we engage on, you and I, and Kayla, and Josh on occasion, and
Yeah.
Stacy. Okay,
Yeah.
very few.
Yeah.
Willing to go and really look at some of this bullshit that goes around on the internet and really analyze it from a critical system, rational, scientific, mathematical frameworks, and really see if they really make sense or not. Where they really, can stand up to those tests. Very few people.
Yeah.
I will be distressed if any of our conversations causes you to not be engaged with me anymore.
The only person I'm deciding to check out of competition with is Alex, because that's a lost cause. I concluded yesterday after pondering it that, yeah, it's a lost cause. Turn it over to St. Jude, patron saint of lost causes.
Anyway, I'm just saying, hopefully you will not come to that conclusion about me sometime.
But you're nowhere near that. Or near that.
Sorry.
Anyway, it's my attempt to try and say, Barry, I think these conversations are very valuable. I consider them very valuable. And
In fact, I was about to say, if you think there is a better way where I'm failing, demonstrate it with Alex. You go talk to Alex and see if you can succeed where I completely fell flat on my face. Prove to me that you have a method that works, but that you can demonstrate, then I could observe. Because believing that it's possible, that's easy. But finding somebody who's actually any good at it, who can actually do it in a real example, that would be persuasive. That would be instructive.
No, just as you have actually, decided to not engage with Alex again, there's a number of people I've decided not to engage with myself.
All right,
For
there you
similar
go.
reasons. For similar
Okay.
reasons. But that does not mean that the possibility doesn't exist.
Oh,
But
I agree. The possibility exists. It just hasn't been demonstrated, in front of me in a case where I failed.
Okay, I'll think on that one.
Yeah, do. And I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm simply pointing out that the cases where I've failed, spectacularly failed, I haven't observed anybody else succeed either. And I'd love to see somebody else succeed. I believe it's possible that there's somebody, and the ones that I do see succeed are imaginary characters and imaginary entertainments like Columbo, where that's unrealistic. It's very entertaining, but it's unrealistic.
My dream is to be as articulate and as authoritative as Robert Sapolsky, but I know that's a pipe dream.
Yeah, well, I love the guy. He's fabulous. I'm not sure I believe him on free will. I think the free will question is still up in the air, but okay.
There's what is theory, and there's how we conduct ourselves.
Yeah, reducing the theory to practice is harder in practice than it is in theory.
And you know what I say about that.
What?
Barry, one more time. What's the difference between theory and practice?
I don't have the answer for that, except as a
Really?
big gap.
There is no difference, Barry.
Oh, and for me, there is. for me, reducing theory to practice has been a difficult
That was an
challenge.
attempt at humor, Barry.
Oh, it was? Okay. I used to say, what's the difference between a child and a scientist? That's the one where the answer is there is no difference.
Yeah, begin with the child's mind.
Right. The mind of a child is the mind of a scientist, and very few people grow up to retain that childlike curiosity. And if you do, it's hard to be an adult who retains childlike curiosity.
Yeah.
You kind of looked at it as a weird, weirdo all the way to outcast.
Yep. So I think I'll use that as my checkout. Either of you guys want to check out? Because later today, I actually have my car loaded with some of Veronica's furniture. I'm going to take it to her because she's just moving into a brand new house where she's going to be for the next 3 years. And I'm going to get brunch out of it. So that's why I'm looking for.
There you go. Yeah, we're going to have a pizza party here at the condo. We're supposed to have it on Labor Day, but it rained here, so they postponed it.
Hey,
Ooh, pizza party.
Hila, yes? What did you say?
Oh, no, I was mumbling, ooh, pizza party. No, it's just wanted to say thank you guys for a good session.
No, thank
I
you for
hope-
joining. You added a lot to this. I really do think so.
Well, I hope my foulness didn't bum anybody out.
Imagine how Barry and I would have gone if it was just the two of us.
Honestly, there are lots of people that I wish they would shut the fuck up, but I love talking to you guys and I love listening to you guys. So just know that doesn't really pertain to you guys.
Barry, I love listening to you. I love talking to you.
Do you really? Okay.
You don't know that?
Well, I mean, I know that you at least suffer through it without too much distress, but a lot of people don't. I mean, look, there's like 3 or 4 of us left on these Saturdays and Sunday sessions anymore.
Which I think is completely fine.
Yeah,
I was
I'm
waiting
really
for this
glad,
moment, actually.
yeah, I'm really glad that the people who kept talking and saying that. Who was it, that friend of Collins who said the people on GCC love to talk? The other guy from Canadian guy.
This is a talking forum. What else can we do here? We can do other things, but this forum is for talking.
Yeah. And I came here because Stacy invited me. You know, we'll
That's
have
not a
to use it.
sentence, okay? That's not a life sentence, Barry.
I know, but you know. I mean, a lot of things I do because somebody invited me. I don't get invited very often by very many people to very many things, and so if I get invited, I think, oh, maybe this is the community that could use a person like me because I'm an odd bird.
Yeah.
I would love to invite you to something as it relates to my job. Actually, both of you. But of course, it's like parents and caregivers, related. But some of the things that they say is really interesting, and I'd love
Well,
to.
the most important things we could be thinking about.
You did invite us to talk to Maxwell about his schoolwork.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's right.
Which, by the way, his test scores came in from California, and he's nearly met his goal.
Nearly met his goal.
It's like they do it 1 to 5. Exceeds your goals, whereas the fifth one, and then the first one is like not even close. He's like second. And it's so funny because like the Asian in me that is, I am not a good test taker at all, but we've always been taught, as I'm sure you, Sam, can appreciate this, to get the highest scores, to be up there, you get that A. Your test has got to be 100%. Otherwise it reflects on you being
That's my value
completely
as a human
stupid.
being.
Yeah. So I'm just like, I have to tell myself, okay, it's, he's not dumb. He's just a bad test taker.
Is he bummed?
No, He's embarrassed. You could tell. He's like, ooh, especially in comparison to his brother. I mean, Damien got probably one of the, oh no, he got the highest score in the school
Wow.
for his test. And his teacher personally told me, like, he got the highest score. So you know how they say like from 1 to 2,000 students or something. He was like 1999. He was that student, and then his brother is it looks like he's barely passing. No, but Maxwell's very smart, and anyway, I appreciated you guys talking to him.
There's a downside to being the smartest kid in class. I had a counselor in the Jewish Community Center who used to tell me this riddle. He says, Barry says, you know why they don't let donkeys go to college? It's a riddle. And the answer is nobody likes a smart ass. Took me decades to figure out that was a hint.
Well, you know what's really interesting is that Damien told me that when it comes to math, Ventura County, specifically Camarillo, is ahead of LA County, specifically Long Beach. So in math high school, they're teaching them algebra, calculus, geometry, and then there's a fourth one I forgot, all at the same time. And then it's really up to the student, you know, and how they do. But in Long Beach, where he's at, they teach it like they'll teach algebra in 9th grade, geometry in 10th grade, and then something in your junior high, and then calculus. So he said that his friends are actually smarter than him academically now here in Ventura County, or in Camarillo, that is. So it's kind of, so now his dad is actually really shocked because we wanted Damien to have a better education in Long Beach and have better opportunities. And there are a lot of opportunities for him there. But educational wise, I'm actually very shocked too. So I didn't think Long Beach was backwards. If anything, I thought Camarillo was backwards. But I guess little old Ventura County is, you know, in with the times as far as how they're starting to teach students and measuring their success and their intelligence when it comes to academics.
I don't know if it's still true these days, but back in my day, it was sort of a folk theorem that the girls tried to underperform so that they would have a better chance of socializing with the boys. That nobody would want to date the smartest girl in class, especially if she was smarter than any other students.
Yeah, guys don't like smart girls.
I mean, could very well still be true today. That was sort of the general philosophy back, 50s and 60s.
Oh, that's awful.
Who knows?
Yeah, it's still there.
Yeah.
Still there to this day. They don't like girls who are smart.
I mean, I never considered it a drawback to get high grades. I thought that was the way to get a decent job in an interesting place where you could solve interesting, hard problems that nobody else could solve. But there's a downside to that,
Yeah.
Turns out that, I didn't really appreciate. Why wouldn't they want the solution? Why did they ask for me to solve the problem? Because they didn't think anybody else would come up with a good solution. And then when you come up with it, why is it taking so long to sell it? That just, that vexed and perplexed me. But it was, I mean, it took just a long time to figure out. I asked myself, why is it taking so long to sell this? I mean, they specifically asked me to work on it. Among all the people they could have assigned it to, they said, give this problem to Barry. It takes me 9 months to figure it out, and then it's taking more than a year for them to buy it. It doesn't make sense. And meantime, everybody else is sort of leaving the organization that sponsored the problem. That I wasn't smart enough to figure that part of it out until it was over. Until the time that, so much time had gone by. I thought I was doing a bad job of explaining it.
I'll leave this going because I'm about ready to head up to Bellingham. Okay, but I really enjoyed it today. Okay, I look forward to next time.
Yeah,
Right.
Okay.
sounds good.
Did I tell you that one of the pieces of furniture I got for Ronnie's bedroom here was from Jersey Mike's? You know about Jersey Mike's sub sandwiches?
Yeah. Yep.
Anyway, this location here in Arlington or Marysville was remodeling about 3 or 4 years ago. So they were getting rid of all their booths, tables, chairs, everything. And they had this free event where one evening you just come and get whatever furniture you wanted. And I was going to get one of these little, 12 or 18-inch, round tables with a couple of chairs. And I thought that might be fun for her to have in her bedroom. But the guy said, "Why don't you take a booth?" And I said, "Too big. It's not going to fit in my SUV." But the guy says, "Try it anyway." So we picked out two end pieces, which were perfectly matched, with the rectangular table that goes in between them, and they barely fit in my SUV. So for the last 3 or 4 years, Veronica has had a restaurant-style booth in her bedroom, with the bench seating and the table. Her friends love sitting there and just doing whatever they do because that's so uncommon for them to have. And now Veronica wants it in her new house where she's going to be renting for the next 3 years. So I'm taking that booth up to her new location because it's it's a it's an attention grabbing piece of furniture that's kind of interesting for her social dynamic to have friends there.
Cute.
So that's what I'm doing. And I get brunch out of it. So
Don't strain your back moving it.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Awesome.
doing today. Anyway, I really enjoyed. Talk to you guys later. I'll leave this going if you guys want to go.
Okay. Actually, I was going to talk to you, Barry, about something.
Okay, I'm here.
Education. Now, it's really interesting now that, there's a couple of things. I definitely want to make passive income. I think I would like to enjoy more things in life, more material things in life, that is. And I'm looking for ways to make passive income. And
Passive
when I
income.
was, yes, when I was thinking about, okay, how can I make passive income? I started to think like it really is true that you don't have to be super smart to get a good job. You just kind of have to, know the capitalistic game, which is sad because I love, that's why I joined the PCC. I figured it was a bunch of intelligent enough people who care about the world. And then I stumbled across you and Sam. So it did benefit, what I was thinking in general. But, my son's very smart and I'm so happy that he likes to learn and he is very academically inclined and that he wants to succeed in that sense. I just hope in the future he is not discouraged if he gets, a certain paying job, whereas somebody who didn't work that hard gets like a higher paying job, or gets more money. And it's really sad because people who have wonderful brains like you, some of them don't necessarily get the perks of having a good job. Yes, I will. So it's almost like being intelligent it's like a hobby now instead of something that like helps you to succeed. At least when you're thinking, money, capitalism.
So is there a question in there that I'm?
Oh no, there wasn't. I guess I was just talking.
Because I mean, usually people get passive income from investments, and there's only really two kinds of investments: real estate and securities. And
Right.
So, and the easiest way to get into securities is just mutual funds. Just a mutual fund like T. Rowe Price, which does the work for you. And if you're going to do real estate, then that's also actually work because you've got to manage the property. And that's also a big initial investment to buy a piece of real estate. So the easiest way to get into passive income is just every payday or every month put some small percentage into an investment like a mutual fund.
Right. Or a high yield savings or something.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you start with high yield savings, which your savings bank will have. High yield savings means you have to have a minimum, something like, I don't know, $5,000 or something. And
Right,
you can't be
right.
doing a lot of transactions on it. But, so high yield savings or mutual fund, and after that,
Let it sit for 5 years.
or at least, yeah, or you can buy treasury bonds that have a fixed yield for a fixed term. But I mean, when I worked at Bell Labs, they had the thing where you could put a certain percentage of your salary into buying AT&T stock, and the company would half match it. So if you put in 6% of your salary into stock, the company would give you put another 3% in on top of that. So it was like a small raise. So I basically signed up for the maximum allowable amount, and I ended up after 20 years with a whole lot of Bell System stock.
That's
And
great.
that's pretty much my nest egg,
That's awesome.
more than any
Well,
other.
I'm hoping to get something more than my nest egg, something, viable right now. And I love my jobs. I'm not leaving my job, but I was thinking other things. Dance isn't really going to give me an income. That's another hobby.
Well, also, you're going to age out of that to where you can be maybe a choreographer.
I am a choreographer.
Oh, okay. So
I am actually telling people what to do. It's awesome. Now I just need to grow.
I mean, choreography, you can design dance routines where you don't actually perform them yourself,
Right.
or at least not at performance level where you have to spend all that energy with an aging body. But yeah, I mean, just leverage off of your skills. So
Yeah, that's true. I've heard of some of these apps too these days, where you do, like, for instance, an Amazon search or a Google search that, what are people looking for, need instruction with, and then they create a book, like an Audible,
mhm.
and then they talk or it's just like a 10-page instructional book or whatever. Amazon puts it out, or something else puts it out, some app puts it out, and then depending on the demand, people can buy it, and then you can see income that grow that way. I was thinking about that with dance, and then also lay making.
You have enough stage presence to do a TED talk on what it's like to be a dance instructor or run a dance studio. I mean, I've never done a TED talk because I don't have very good stage presence.
Right.
But other people who can get up on stage and talk through, that's an 8 to 15-minute talk, and it takes a certain amount of effort to create the content of the talk, but the delivery is the part that you've got to have an aptitude for. And
You don't think you have stage presence? I think you do great.
not for like a TED talk. I mean, I can give a presentation of a technical talk to a technical audience. That's fine.
Right.
You don't need stage presence for that. You're just presenting the material. But the kind of stage presence you need for a TED talk, that's a bit of a stretch for me.
I would think it wouldn't be.
You know who Jane Wagner is or was?
No.
She's
Example?
Lily Tomlin's partner, and Jane Wagner wrote all Lily Tomlin's material, but Jane Wagner never appeared on stage. She was the creator behind the content, and Lily Tomlin was the presenter because she had this fabulous ability to present this material that her partner Jane Wagner was writing. And what I don't have is a partner who would take my material and present it. That's what I'm missing. I'm missing a presenter who's got good stage presence to present the kind of material that I would otherwise present to a very narrow technical audience.
Boo. I was going to say, I'll be a presenter, but not with technical stuff. I would just bomb at that.
Well, that's the thing. If the content is technical, presenter has to be able to present the technical content. And there aren't very many people who can do that. And most professors who do their own research are terrible at teaching their own subject. There are very few professors who can teach their own subject and teach it well. There are people who are very good teachers, but they don't
Right.
teach their own material. They teach material written by others. And there are people who create very good material, but they don't teach their own material because they're not good at teaching. It's hard to find somebody who's good at both. There's a very small, subset, the Carl Sagans of the world or the Richard Feynmans of the world, who can create fundamental breakthroughs and present it and be fabulous at it. They're very rare.
I think it's because they need to, they need exercise, not physical exercise. They just need to keep doing it and failing.
Well, but they need the aptitude for both. And it's easy to have aptitude for one thing. It's hard to have aptitude for two things that go together, like writing and presenting. I mean, most authors don't appear. I mean, if you write a screenplay or direct a screenplay, very few people can both write material, act the material, and direct. That is, be in the presentation. They're typically on one side or the other. You find very few people who can do both.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, when I first started teaching, I was terrible at it.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
it's hard to learn to be a good presenter. I have friends who are teachers, and it's a lifetime thing, and they would also like to do college level stuff, but research, but it's hard to do both, unless you can present what you're also researching.
Yeah. It's hard to be able to gauge your audience and see where they are at with their
Exactly.
levels.
And
It's
that's
really
where
hard to do that.
That's where I don't do well, because you have to be able to read your audience, and people are very good at reading audiences, but I'm not very good at reading audiences.
And they actually, it's the audience too. The audience needs to, that's why a lot of times when you do presentations, it's good to have a large audience because they feed off of each other. And when you have a good classroom, it's easier because they feed off of each other. Their energy feeds off of each other. And then from that point, you can kind of gauge where you're at with your teaching. Because
Go ahead.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
I found that if I were to present a talk to an audience, I was lucky to get one person out of 20 to really get anything out of it and retain it and be interested in it, and the other went along for the ride. That was pretty common. One out of 20.
How long did you do this?
I had friends who would invite me to do guest lectures. They had professors who would invite me to do guest lectures in their courses. And I used to do that a few times a year, or give talks at conferences. And if I was lucky, I would get one person in 20 would come up afterwards and say, "Well, I really got something out of that. That was a good talk." And the others would just get up and go have a brownie, So
Yeah.
that was about 1 in 20 is good.
Yes, you're right.
So, and the stuff I do is got a very narrow audience to begin with, because it's graduate level.
Oh,
And
yeah.
so already a very limited audience. So, but yeah, life is often more challenging than you imagine. When you're a child, you have all these great dreams and fantasies, and as you get older, you realize that a lot of them ain't going to happen the way you imagined as a child.
That's true, except I got very lucky. I got very lucky. I saw my dream when I was 15, and it happened 10 years later.
And you had the talent and the aptitude and the charisma, and you pulled it off.
Yeah. It wasn't until after that I, it was like at 25, I started to see like where the rest of the world was at. I was like, oh, wow. I didn't know people were suffering. Because I was in my own little bubble.
Yeah.
And so again, 20 years later now, I'm just like, oh, okay, now I'm finally at a good point.
Yeah. I was in a bubble at Bell Labs. It was a very rarefied community with, highly educated people. And even there, still is a challenge, but I didn't have to deal with the lay public. Once you start to deal with the lay public, then it's another audience, and it's a much broader spectrum of people to try to gauge. When I got on the internet in the 90s, I ran into people who were very unlike the kind of people that I was used to at Bell Labs. People had much more political, had other agendas. And that was a difficult adjustment. Never really did adjust all that well. I mean, look at how many groups I got kicked out of where I should have been a star performer. I got kicked out of them. Like, explain me that loosely.
Aw. So, did you ever write like books? Because I see your blogs. Your blogs are beautiful.
Well,
But
I did write one book-length manuscript, but it wasn't really a book in the sense that is a book-length manuscript. And some of that material I excerpted, and they became individual blogs. So like individual pieces became blog posts, the best of the material. But yeah, when I write a
right,
blog post, I tend to write pretty short stuff, something you can read often in 5-10 minutes. And I try to make them gems, and then I put them out on the internet so that they will survive, in the public
right.
agora. And
How long
but I
did
really
it take
have
you to
no
write?
idea. Really have no idea how big an audience I'm reaching.
You don't see your stats?
I do, but I mean, if I go to my Google Blogger blog,
Uh-huh.
I might get 1 or 2 views a week on something there. I mean, we're not talking about hundreds of viewers. You're talking about onesies and twosies a day.
Right. That's good.
Well, maybe so. I don't know.
I
What I
think
do
so.
know is that when a topic comes up, you go on to a conversation like GCC, and a topic comes up. If it's a topic I've thought about and written about, I can quickly find the article, the 3 or 4 paragraph article I wrote about it. I said, here's all I thought about and had to say about it. And if I say about it here orally, it's going to be choppy and poorly articulated. But there's my best thinking on it. You can read it in 5 minutes. And you don't have to listen to somebody like Colin, drone on for 40 minutes and say nothing.
Oh my gosh, I'm so glad those sessions are no longer relevant. Oh my gosh.
I mean, talk about suffering. That was very painful. By the way, Jordan Peterson does the same thing, except he uses complete sentences. And there are people who can articulate in complete sentences and still say nothing.
You have to give Colin Hart though. He's still continue, even though people are telling him like, look, you're going forever and you're boring, dude. He was still insisted on being heard. And I'm like, wow, I would have shut down right away. I've been all okay. I need to rethink my game here.
So, and and Sam was aware of this, and so was Doug. Doug was very much aware of this, hogging the microphone and saying nothing of any interest.
I had to, because even like we would have one off sometimes, and I'd be going to work, and I had to hang up on him because he wouldn't stop, even though I told him, "Hey, I gotta go. I'm gonna get in trouble." He's like, "You want one more thing?" And then he kept going, and I just hang up on him. I'm like, "Screw you."
I mean, there's that 7-hour video that's up on YouTube from that one all-nighter that he and I had. And it was painful. It was very painful. But, because it was recorded, I uploaded it, and I said, the next morning, I told Sam in a 3-sentence paragraph, the summary of what, had happened in 7 hours the night before.
It's like watching something die slowly. I would never watch that. But hey, somebody might. Oh gosh. I'm so sorry. I don't have my video on because oftentimes this morning, especially on the weekends, I don't, I'm in my PJs still.
Yeah, I understand.
Oh
Anyway,
gosh.
life is strange. I mean, I have this volunteer job on Tuesdays at the Fix-It shop, and they have this, somebody has to keep the records, the paperwork. And so they usually find some retired lady who doesn't do fix-it work because that's technical, but they do the paperwork. And this one lady does it because she owes back taxes, so she works off her back taxes by doing this job. And to put it mildly, she and I don't get along.
Yeah.
And it's one of those situations where I can't figure out, how to function. First of all, she's on the phone line because you've got to call up people and tell them their item is ready. And when you're working on stuff in the shop, sometimes it's noisy. You're working on something that's got motors in it, like a blender or whatever.
Right.
And so anytime you're making noise, she can't be on the phone. And so that's a conflict. And then she's got to put the information into the computer, not just on paper. And she never learned how to use the computer. She doesn't even own a computer.
Oh,
And so she always gets stuck. Whenever she gets stuck, she asks, one of us technicians to show her how to do something on the computer. And you show her and she doesn't remember. The next time it's exactly the same thing.
Oh no.
And so you can sort of see how this tension kind of builds up.
Yeah.
And it's so hard for her to keep track of what she's doing that you can't interrupt her. So if you speak up in something, then it's interruption, and she'll snap at you for interrupting her. It's really very difficult. And she blames everybody else for all of her difficulties. That's the real problem.
Oh no.
And so for whatever reason, she taken to blaming me for everything that goes haywire in her responsibility. So finally I said to her, would you like me to resign? Would that solve your problem if I resigned?
Yeah.
She said, well, that's your decision.
And what are you thinking?
Well, because I said that out loud, the other two people, including the guy who runs the shop, heard it. So he knew. I mean, he knew that this was kind of getting.
Yeah.
And so I don't know. I mean, no, it's like Rosanna Dana says, no matter where you go, it's always something.
Yeah.
So you think, oh, there's a fix-it shop. I'm good at fix. I can fix things and it makes the customers very happy. The customers are very happy when you fix things. But then you got to work with somebody who's neither a customer nor a fellow technician. And like, why is this person so difficult? What's the issue?
Yeah.
There's always some issue that comes up that you hadn't prepared for.
Yeah.
Is that Maxwell?
Yeah.
Who else could it be? Maxwell talking to the dog?
No, he's talking to his online friends. He's on his
online.
VR. Yeah.
Okay.
He occupies the living room space with his VR because his bedroom is not big enough.
VR. Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
So I don't want to bore you with all these stories, but
No. But you know what? I do have to go because I actually have to use the restroom, and then I have to bring my son somewhere. But it's too bad that I have to use the restroom because I wanted to talk to you some more. But nature calls, and you can't ignore nature.
Well, anytime.
Yeah. All
Good
right.
chat.
Well, yes, of course. I'll talk to you next weekend for sure.
All righty. Have a good one.
You too.
Yeah,
Bye.
Okay, Sam, I'm logging off, but I can't end the session because I don't have host privileges. So if you're listening, you need to end it.